Oh. Yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Coningsby, aka Ted HQ. How are we all doing? How are we all feeling? And hope you're well. Welcome to the show. Got plenty of Typhoons with the canopies up, canopies open, ready to hopefully rumble using a runway 07. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. I'll be giving you commentary of the show and along with the any questions that you have. I'll talk to you a little bit about the history of the base, the Typhoon, how it all works, and of course we're joined by our squadron leader Ted Coningsby, who's a bit of a mascot for the Royal Air Force, I believe. That's what I reckon. I reckon he's a bit of a mascot, isn't he? You know, very well known across the Royal Air Force. And if you don't, well, it's time to know who Ted is. It's ranked as squadron leader Ted Coningsby. He is written in the flight log of ZJ914 at the base, and Ted flew for the very first time in 2021 in Blackjack. It was the maiden flight, and it was a very special day, which pretty much gave birth to which pretty much gave birth to a potential YouTube channel, which again, it was it's quite a fun story really, where it all began. I mean, there's a story that predates Ted. I know, Ted, it's quite sad, isn't it? Let me sort your flag out, mate. I had a YouTube channel, which is why when you click it, it does say December 2020, I think it does, because I had a YouTube channel called Waterfalls of Britain. Well, as you know, that didn't really go ahead, and well, it was funny. I actually made more people go to waterfalls using my social media than actually follow the channel. So that didn't really work out for a couple of years until Ted came along in 2021, and Ted went to a waterfall as well. Ted joined me on a waterfall, and it was there that I was taking Ted to various places. I thought this could be quite fun, taking a teddy bear around places, and it wasn't until the 28th of May 2021 that Ted flew in a maiden flight, Blackjack, and that really pushed the variety of things. And I just thought, what if, just what if? And the reason why Ted was selected to fly on the maiden flight was again something random that I did. I was driving to Woodhall Spa. I was driving to the Petwood Hotel, and it was my first wedding since the COVID lockdown, when they laxed the rules a little bit, and you can still only have 30 and 30 guests, you know, social distancing, all that kind of stuff. And I was driving to the Petwood, and the lights came on at runway 25, and Ted was a car mascot at that time, so I took him out, and I did a little video with my phone of Ted watching the Typhoon coming in to land at runway 25. I posted it on social media, everyone loved it. I discovered a little bit more about Coningsby, because I didn't have a clue what these planes were, didn't even have a clue what anything was really. I had no idea. I thought the Tornado was still flying, and I thought Typhoons were Mirage. That's how bad it was, from my knowledge. In fact, I just thought they'd get in their planes once in a while, especially the Red Arrows, and just start flying around. Anyway, with that in mind, I learned a little bit more and found out there's something called a Typhoon display pilot. So I went down to Freedom Lane. I did a little video of Ted just watching the whole display. So we're talking about a screen that's looking a bit like this, with a tiny little triangle doing all these fancy maneuvers. And I posted that on Facebook, and that's when, in April, I had a message from the display pilot himself, who said, "When can Ted get his medical by?" Well, I thought it was a wind-up, and of course it wasn't. So when Ted got his maiden flight, I was thinking, could this actually become a thing? Could this be a thing? Because it wasn't Ted Coningsby at the time. You see, it was still, I think it was still Waterfalls of Britain. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with Ted. And in fact, I even did a little funny video of talking about avocados and egg tray holders. But there we go. Those are the infant stages of the very, very infant. But I thought I'd just go with it and make a military aviation channel, just using my phone and my DSLR camera, which I do apologise for the people that suffered from vertigo from my first recordings, but I got better, and here we are. Oh dear. I'm on my second year full time doing this, and here we are. A nice little story. And you know, there was where I was working a little bit of part-time in a supermarket as well because lockdown really killed the wedding industry, and luckily I still had my connection with a you know, quite a well-known supermarket, and you know, amongst the staff was an ex RAF, and he told me about, you know, a few things about runway numbers, and I was like, oh wow, that's cool. And he was telling me a few little bits and pieces, and I was like, wow, that's so cool, because he discovered that I was pronouncing runway numbers wrong, and I was like, there's a way to pronounce runway numbers? I had no idea, and here we are today, and I'm telling you about runway numbers. So the thing is, I decided to make a channel in a way that I was teaching it how I learnt it myself, so here we are. So there we go. And the rest is history, really, isn't it? And here we are today, through rain, sleet and snow. Don't forget, I do this every week, all seasons where possible. I go right through. Just bear with me one moment. I'm just going to go and grab my cup of tea just really quickly. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. So we've got 5 Typhoon Squadrons here, and welcome to RAF Coningsby. It's always a pleasure to be here. And we have a station that's responsible for training, the schooling of all things Typhoon here at Coningsby. It's known as an operational conversion unit, and it is number 29 Squadron who take on that role. 29 Squadron will take the latest and greatest new recruits that have passed their advanced flying training on the Hawk T2, and recruits from number 11 Squadron at RAF Leeming as well, who have also passed their advanced flying training of the Qatari Emiri Air Force number 11 Squadron. And they'll also come here, and qualified flying instructors of 29 Squadron will train them on the latest and greatest. Now, although fundamentally it's about the flying, BAE systems play an absolutely major part. In fact, they play a major part in almost every single aircraft, pretty much. You'd be surprised on the F-35, the Typhoon, loads of stuff. BAE systems play a major part, even the F-15 as well. Amazing, big shout out to them. But all things Typhoon here with number 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit. There's also the weapons conversion unit as well. There's so much that goes on here with 29 Squadron, so big shout out to them as well. Next up, we do, as we mentioned, number 12. Number 12 Squadron, the latest squadron to operate here at Coningsby since 2020. They are a joint Qatari Emiri Air Force and Royal Air Force squadron, and they are number 12 Squadron. The fox is their mascot and also appears on their logo. Just quickly, I'll give you a little rundown on the squadrons actually, just really quickly. Do apologise, I should really give you a bit of detail about each squadron as I'm doing it, as we've got time, because normally it's startups galore and we go from there. But yeah, it's really interesting. So number 29 Squadron, their nickname are Buzzards. They're the Buzzards. I know, we don't often associate Royal Air Force squadrons, but they formed in 1915. They formed at Gosport and travelled to France as a fighter squadron. And the likes of Guy Gibson was also flying with them. Guy Gibson got himself 4 aerial victories as a night fighter with 29. They also flew the legendary English Electric Lightning as well, and became the first operational squadron equipped with the Tornado F3, and that was in 1987. So next up, we've got, as we mentioned, number 12 Squadron. We're giving you a little bit of history. Now, the reason for the Fox, here we go. The reason for the Fox is to do with their flying the Fairy Fox before World War II. As the Fox leads the field, number 12. That's their mascot, and leads the field is their motto. Now the squadron flew Wellingtons, Lancasters, Buccaneers as well. They were the first Tornado unit in 2010 in Afghan. And they formed in 1915 at Neverhaven. We've also got a test and evaluation squadron as well. They like to sport the Roman numerals on their squadron crest. XL1. Seek and destroy is their motto. They formed in 1916 with the Royal Flying Corps, stood up in July before deploying to France in October as a Royal Aircraft Factory FE8 operator. Now they've got a connection with France 41 Squadron with the Saint-Omer Cross. And 2013 designated 41 Test and Evaluation Squadron. They were a reserve squadron first, and the unit took its first Typhoon to strength in 2013. Our next 2 squadrons are the 2 combat-ready fighter squadrons. First of all, number 3 Fighter Squadron, the first to fly heavier than air aircraft. They've flown the Hurricane, Javelin, Harrier GR1, GR5, and their motto, third shall be the first. They've got a connection with mythology and Stonehenge, because in 1911 they were one of the first to form with number 2 Aeroplane Company of the Royal Flying Corps. They were original. They are oldest. They're the oldest that we've got here. Number 3 Fighter Squadron. But they're renamed in 1912 to number 3 Flying Squadron of the Royal Flying Corps. Startups there. Larkhill, where they formed, connection with Stonehenge Aerodrome, hence the monolith, you know, the trilithon of Stonehenge. Hence, that is encrypted in their squadron badge. It looks like Roman numerals. It could be, but they've done it in a way of Stonehenge. And the cockatrice in mythology, it's believed to be the first ever creature in mythology to fly in mythology. So that's why. Next up, we've got the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron, number 11 fighter squadron. They've flown Lightning F6 Tornadoes, previous also Bristol Scout and Hurricanes. They formed in 1915 at Neverhaven, and they came here in 2007. They're the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron. Right.
The Typhoon, powered by two EJ200 engines, smashing out a whopping, with reheat, a whopping 20,000 pounds of thrust each, in an aircraft that's 85% carbon composite, very lightweight, empty weight 24,000 pounds. That's not a lot. Now, okay, you can't fly without any fuel in it, but fully loaded, fully fueled, has a thrust to weight ratio. So 40,000 pounds of thrust in a ratio divided into the weight. The thrust to weight ratio is more powerful than what it's pushing about, shall we say. I want to talk about the Typhoon's weight. It's not polite, is it? But because of that, from brakes release to 8 seconds, 185 miles per hour in 8 seconds, depends on the pilot, and then can pull up into 50, 60 degree vertical climbing. And the beauty is it accelerates. This is the thing where I've posted a video when I say not many aircraft can do this. It's not about the departure itself, as in it can rotate and start going vertical. A lot of aircraft can do that, given. But it's the delivery, it's how the Typhoon can do it and accelerate. There is a big difference. Because of its lightweight, it can actually pull in and start climbing and accelerating vertically. That's what you call thrust to weight ratio. And 22 seconds after that, after it's pulled up, it can go supersonic. So 30 seconds from brake to release, it is capable of going supersonic. If you're interested in joining the Royal Air Force and love to be part of a team and a legacy as well, dating back, call it what you like, as far back as what you want, to the days of scrambling during World War II, to the very beginning, to be part of that unit, there are many roles that's associated. Having that aircraft is the end result in many ways, but there's a whole lot going down below that ladder. Actually, let's not call it a ladder, it sounds like you've just got to work it up. There's a whole lot that goes into getting this aircraft airborne. From a chef feeding the ground crew. If the chef's late, the ground crew don't get their food, don't get their breakfast. If the ground crew are late, there's no flying end off. Who's gonna manage that, eh? So, ground crew, various roles. Who does the safety? Who does the tools? Who does the armouring of the aircraft, whether it's drop tanks or AMRAAMs? Who does the engineering? Who's the technician? Who's the fairies? Who's the computer geek? Mechanics. So many roles just in that department. Weapons systems. Maybe you're an amazing pilot that wants to become a qualified flying instructor. Then of course we've got pilots, those that look after the simulators. And then amongst that, you've also got ranks. You can work up your way up the ladder, become a wing commander, become an OC. Who's going to manage everything? Air traffic controller. Who's going to manage and protect everything around it? Well, you've got RAF police, then you've got RAF regiment. There's so much. If flying's not for you, there's so many. Do not worry, if you want to be part of an Air Force and not too keen on flying but love the flying aspect of it, join the Royal Air Force, because you'll be surprised. Also, if you're a youngster tuned in after school, there are of course various things you can do, from Air Cadets, so number 17 Squadron AT, see how you're doing, and of course the Air and Defence course that you can do at college. There's so much you can do. If you're more interested in building, well, there are other things you can do as well. You've got Bowsers as well. You've got munitions. You've got lineys. You've got those that tow the aircraft around. Again, there's so many roles. There's even the AWCU. Okay, it's not Air Force because it's privately contracted. Again, the opportunities there. Crash teams, fire and rescue teams, medics. So many roles that you can do. Think about it, it's there. The opportunity is there for you. Well, if you're watching it in the US, there's also, of course, the United States Air Force. Same principle. You'll be starting on a T6, then a T38. Then you never know. Just like the pilot I spoke to, F-22. Same sort of path with the Royal Air Force. Start with a prefect, and the T6, a T2. Then it's up to you. Now, OCUs, operational conversion units, are a unit that train... Slight over rev there. Yes, each operational conversion unit has a particular aircraft or set of aircraft as well. So if the F-35B is what you want, then you will go to 207 Squadron, which is an operational conversion unit at Marham if the F-35B is for you. Maybe in a few years' time it'll be an OCU as well for the F-35A as well. which I believe is going to be the case. So you've got 42 as well for the P8 and the E7. You've got 24 Squadron that do the heavies at RAF Bryce Norton. And again, if rotary is for you, Shawbury, but you'll start off on a prefect, then Shawbury, you'll be going to Shawbury. Then where is it after that? You'll go to Benson with their operational conversion unit on the Chinook, or is it an Apache that you want, etc. It's, mind you, that's Army, but still Armed Forces. There's a whole lot that you can do. If it's Royal Navy, you can still go to RAF Barham with 207 Squadron. And there's also display teams as well. There's so much that you can do. What are we doing? It's time to ride. So we are filming from the official Spotters car park. Again, housekeeping rules, please, ladies and gents. If the car park's full, please don't attempt to park it unresponsibly, or irresponsibly. That's, sorry, get my grammar correct. Please don't park it irresponsibly outside or block people in, block the entrance and cause a hazard. There's double yellow lines, there's no stopping signs all over the place. Please don't position yourself at the crash gate on foot or by car. Please don't rest your ladders at crash gates. They must be kept clear. They're called a crash gate for a reason. The red and white fence as well, which I'm delighted to see no one's there. Please do not stand at the red and white fence. You can stand to the left and to the right of it, no problem. But please be mindful of crossing the road. Please don't touch the fence, climb the fence. They shall look after each other. There's a burger van as well, Steve's Burger Van. Breakfast, brunch and lunch. There are bins provided, but no toilets. So if you are stuck with parking in the town, 20-minute walk from here is a massive car park, £2 a day, and you also have toilets there as well. So we mentioned the 5 Typhoon Squadrons. RAF Coningsby has 2 display teams, the Royal Air Force Typhoon display team and the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight as well. Now, in the Royal Air Force inventory that they are, since 1976 they've been here. They have 1 Avro Lancaster, 2 Hurricanes, a selection of Spitfires. Amongst them is the world's oldest airworthy Spitfire, a C-47 and 2 de Havilland Chipmunks. Hence it's still Bomber County. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Right, and we're off. Here we go. Put that tea down.
got more fumes to we're all good. And of course the Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio and the fact that it does have Super Cruise, the wonderful engines do not require afterburners on departure. It already produces just over 15,000 pounds of thrust dry, so it doesn't actually need to depart with burners, even though it does look good. But EJ200's a low bypass at 0.4 to 1. It was originally based on the XG40 technology demonstrator developed in the 80s, built by Eurojet Turbo GmbH, but it is a consortium of many manufacturers such as Rolls-Royce, wonderful blades are not what you think. The compressor blades are not individual, like teeth-like blades that are attached to the compressors. They're actually one complete titanium alloy unit called blisks. It's quite remarkable. They do contain both rotor and stator blades inside as well. They do. The stator are like they're basically non-movable. It's a twin spool, so one stage LP and one stage HP. This is the Typhoon FGR4 designation. The family version Typhoon that you've just seen today a few times, say T3. All the letters, someone asked me a question yesterday actually, what does the letter M stand for? You'll get that, it's called modernised. You'll get that in a few aircraft as well, like the F-16M for modernised. You also get the C5M, but the T usually stands for trainer. F for fighter, G for ground attack, and R for reconnaissance. So FGR4, fighter ground attack, reconnaissance Mark IV. The two-seater dual controlled is a trainer. Lorraine at Nomadic Ramblings, Margot Baxter, Mr. Chicken, Tony Rivers, how you all doing? Paul Mays, good morning to you. Simon Watchell, YT72, Alan Burden, LEJ Approach, Fritz on Watchell, Silver Trig, how you doing? Good to see you at Duxford. Argan. rare to see a ZJ serial. To the Ted Coningsby channel, and I've got some lovely Typhoons. For those that don't know much about the Typhoon, I'll give you a little guided tour of the Typhoon and its capabilities and what it can do. What we got today, we've got a 41 Squadron. I'll have to get you some of my different Squadron Mark Typhoons. It is made in 4 different countries. Took its first flight in 1994. But the concept and design goes all the way back to the 60s, 70s, you know, to have like a fighter, a multi-role fighter as well. This can switch roles, it can reconfigure a swing role, as they also call it. It is a multi-role. You can put it in an array from ground attack to reconnaissance to fighter. Just anything goes with the Typhoon. And a push or a toggle, a switch of a toggle with the Typhoon. It is, of course, not much metal profile with the Typhoon. It is at around 85% carbon composite, so not a lot of metal is involved. And metal, something that radar likes, and radar likes heat and a good return from its radar cross-section, as we call it. But it is made in 4 different countries. The 4 countries made up of the Eurofighter project. We've got the left wing made in Italy, the right wing made in Spain, the centre section of the fuselage made in Germany, the front section made in Britain, and the rear section along with the stabiliser engines. We've got components, of course, Rolls-Royce, BAE Systems, Leonardo, all putting in an input with the rear part of the Typhoon itself. So let's have a look what's going on here. Empty weight, as we mentioned, is 24,000 pounds. It's got a excellent payload of around 20,000 pounds. We'll talk about the hard points as well when we get to it. But of course, as things through time they do change, things get upgraded. It's not just dedicated to the Typhoon. I mean, there's the EPAWs on the F-15E Strike Eagle, you know, ongoing upgrades, and you know, so many upgrades. Even inside the radome here, inside the nose has, you know, from the very original Typhoon Tranche 1, the very original airframes that come out, which sport the serial number beginning with Zulu Juliet. I believe the one we've seen, Zulu Juliet 950, possibly had some upgrades, but that is an original Tranche 1 airframe because of the ZJ serial number on it. We've actually got ZJ 946. Again, this would have been an original old Tranche 1. But inside, what we've got here is what we call a active electronically scanned array. It's a set of radar, tiny little transmitters inside this nose cone. The very Mark 1, the development from ECR Marconi ECR 90 captor. It would basically, it's an active scanned array. It's constantly seeking, looking out for targets. That all happens here. Again, this is why this section is made of different material, and it cannot be painted in exactly the same colour, because if you start putting paintwork on the nose, on the radome, you will jeopardise the performance of the AESA, the Active Electronically Scanned Array. So that's what that stands for. So it's constantly scanning. To give you an idea of the original mark, although some Typhoons have already had the new one, I think it's Hensoldt and other companies that have been producing something that can really have even more of a field of scanning the battlefield. We're looking at something that can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. We're talking about fighter jets 160 kilometers away. We're also talking about larger aircraft can be detected 300 kilometers away. That's impressive. Can lock onto multi-targets, 20 to 30 targets, and prioritize on six of those. To also assist with the AESA, you've also got the IRST Pirate here as well. It looks like a little CCTV, you know, those sort of circular CCTV, semicircular cones. There's one here, and this does your nighttime 24-hour infrared. I believe it's got about 4 different types of filters. Not to make you look pretty or anything, it's basically when you watch Crime Watch and things like that, when you got helicopters looking at heat detection for people that run fugitives, like people that are running away from the police and stuff like that. It can detect heat. It can also have a high definition full HD in black and white night vision. I mean, it's got like a green, that night vision green. All this though, all these things are on the Striker. Now, what is the Striker? Striker is the, have I got this right? Is it Striker? Or am I thinking of the, yes, developed by BAE Systems. It is the helmet mounted display, HMD. And you may have seen that funky helmet that some of the pilots wear. It's got bobbles on it, like in cartoons when Calamity Sam just get bashed in the head and you get like a little bobble on the head. It looks like that, but those are full of sensors. You can literally see right through the whole Typhoon and lock onto targets using your display. It's basically a clear screen that can show everything on here. So that, my friends, is absolutely irresistibly amazing. Just while we're here, you've got the air brake here, which lifts up. It's enough to cause drag, enough to slow the Typhoon down. The Typhoon doesn't have any elevators. Look, there's no elevators at the back, so the Typhoon has what's called foreplanes, and that can assist with the angle of attack and elevate the Typhoon, lift the nose up, and also can be used in a way to slow the aircraft down as a speed brake as well. So all this though is done by the FCS flight control system. Those are the main computers that actually do all the input on all of this. The Typhoon pilot doesn't have to do a lot. It is not that hard to fly. It's very, very powerful, and it's easy to go supersonic in the Typhoon itself. So we'll talk about the Typhoon's FCS in just a moment. It is air-to-air refueled with a drogue and probe system. So the drogue, the probe envelope comes out here and then goes back in. Underneath, you've got the air intakes here. They're variable cowlings here, which allow the flow to be controlled, and you've also got the splitter diverter as well. Been doing a little bit more research. The splitter diverter, that's to do with the boundary layer. It protects the engines from the boundary layer. So there's 2 things that it does. That scoop, shall we say, that splitter. When the aircraft is going supersonic, you start to create a lot of drag under here. Now, if you didn't have this splitter, this boundary layer diverter, you're going to get that draggy low pressure air hitting the fan. So if you imagine now a fan, you've got 2, as it's spinning round, you've got low pressure hitting the top of the fan and high pressure hitting the bottom. That is going to cause you problems with your engine. Also, the engines don't really like supersonic air just going straight in. So this also manages that by controlling the supersonic air. It tries to slow it down. The F-15's air inlets have something remarkable. They've actually got ramps inside and they're movable. The whole intake is movable, which is insanely amazing.
A little bit about the Typhoon's clever little intakes as well. It's called an S duct. It's shaped like a letter S because the long tube of air goes back here. So the engines sit up here. So if we bring the engine forward a little bit and the intakes under here, what this does, it allows the heat that's created from the very first part of the engine to not be detected. So basically, if you look inside the intakes, you can't actually see the compressor blades. That hides not only the fan spinning, because there's also types of radar that look for spinny thingies. I know, technical term, and also, of course, heat as well. It is not recommended to have air intakes under here because of the drag and because of the heat signature that can be detected. Most, in fact, all stealth aircraft have their intakes here or above, like the B2, for example. So a little bit about that as well. Typhoon does have a cannon. It's got a BK-27 Mauser cannon. The grill is about here, and it fires from inside the wing in here. All right. I can't remember how many rounds. I think it's something like 152, something like 150, 152 rounds. Can never remember that one actually, but never mind. Something I don't always talk about. Just staying at the front section of the Typhoon. The Typhoon's got its air data pitos here, ADPs here, 1, 2, 3. It's got about 4 of them, and they send all the angle of attack, all the all the data to the 4 main computers of the Typhoon itself. So it manages all that data and sends it. It's you'll see these red covers. There's 2 red covers. That one cover does 2 of those ADPs there. All right. Just quickly then, while we're here, is Delta wing. The fuselage bulges out here, and that's done for good reason. On the earlier prototypes, they found a lot of drag is created, which is why from here you see this lovely streak of trail that goes along here. That's the aerodynamics kicking in. It is beautiful. I love seeing stuff like that. But it is fly-by-wire. It's a 4.5 generation jet aircraft because it has an FCS, flight control system. Without the FCS, this would just fall out the sky. It is aerodynamically unstable, and it was built so that the pilot can concentrate on fighting, basically. Now, we all heard of the F-15E Strike Eagle as a 2-seater. So we've got the pilot doing the fighter control stuff, the fighter pilot stuff, do the fighter pilot stuff, and then the WISO, the weapon systems operator, doing all the weapon side of things. With fly-by-wire, this is why it's utilizing all those inputs to make it less of a job, so the pilot can concentrate on the attack and the battlefield, as well as flying it without having to worry about too much input. Let me put that into English, right? If the Typhoon is doing all these spins without fly-by-wire, all these aileron rolls, let's just do an aileron roll like that. Okay, there's an aileron roll. The pilot would have had to put all those inputs to make it do that, okay, to make it do an aileron roll. Even a barrel roll as well, pilot's doing all that. Now, that's without fly-by-wire. With the Typhoon flying in a straight line with fly-by-wire, the aircraft flight control system is doing a lot of work just to keep that stable. So the difference I'm saying is here, even simple stuff, that aircraft's flight control system is doing a lot of work just flying in a straight line, as opposed to not. So my point is the fact that the flight control system is really taking away all the input that the pilot needs to do and just concentrate on the battlefield. It is amazing. Right, that's the flight control system basics. Okay, let's go a little bit further down. Right, okay, so let's have a look at a couple of other things. So here, this little probe, or antenna actually, this antenna here, that's the missile approach warning antenna. You've also got an antenna here. Again, it's a slightly different grey on the tip here of the stabilizer, this whole top bit here. Again, that's a very high frequency antenna. This little inlet here, wow, this little exhaust is actually the vent. That's the fuel vent. You may see on negative G's maneuvers and on startups, you can see a lot of fuel venting. It's not a leak, it's venting, and it's done that for good reason. Did you know the Typhoon could only stay inverted with full reheats for just 10 seconds? Otherwise you'll risk emptying the fuel tanks. But when you think of the Spitfire's fuel tanks, do you remember the float? Do you remember the problem that it couldn't do negative G because the fuel will push up? Same with having a fuel vent. This is a clever system. If you didn't have a fuel vent, say you got I don't know, say you got, just imagine a fuel tank. I'll have to draw this.
if you're going to do negative Gs, you're going to starve the aircraft of fuel. So what it does, it fills the air with fuel so that it doesn't starve the engines. It's pushing out all the fuel so that it keeps constant fuel going into the engine. Otherwise, if you're going to do negative G, the fuel's going to be pushed to the top and the aircraft won't get any fuel. So it keeps the and it stops any pressurization issues as well. So on startup, as the heat expands, the fuel expands, it pushes out, so there's no any fuel starvation with that. This here, right, let me remember this, I've actually learnt the correct term. This pylon here is called the fiber optic towed decoy, FOTD. It actually deploys a decoy Typhoon with a fiber optic. I used to call it a lanyard, but it's a fiber optic cable. That sounds better, doesn't it? And it's got a fake Typhoon. I actually thought it was a blow-up Typhoon, an inflatable Typhoon, but it's to confuse enemy radar as a resort to make them believe. The F-35 has it. It's about here on the F-35. So that's what that pylon does, so that on an enemy radar it thinks the Typhoon is somewhere else. The Typhoon underneath has 13 hard points with an optional blue tack, so it can land on your dashboard or your computer table, etc. There's 13 total hard points. Let's call this one the 13th, the center drop tank. It can also have an extra drop tank on each of the wings, so 6 hard points on the wings, so 1 dedicated to a drop tank, so you can have 3 drop tanks in total, which leaves you with 5 drop tanks on each wing to add some goodies on there, from brimstone, storm shadow, paver, I don't know, loads of stuff on it. All right, okay, so over here, this one here, that's your chaff dispenser, bits of material like metal to full enemy radar that tries to detect and fire guided missiles. So you can actually, if they're guided, you can use bits of metal called in World War II they were called window. You got that. If they're heat seeking, you can use your flares. The flares are allocated here, these little sort of holes that you can see here as well. On this side, some Typhoons have like an AMRAM along here. This tiny little sort of, it's actually an inlet, an air inlet. It's an intake to cool down the instruments. And speaking of cooling down instruments and stuff, this part of the bottom part of the tail here, it's called the RAM intake heat. It's the heat exchanger intake. This cools down the Typhoon's engines when in excess of reheat. So this will kick in, especially when you are doing a display. When you see the Typhoon display with lots of reheat coming out, this intake's a RAM heat exchanger intake that cools down the engines there. This bit of soot, again, one of my favourite bits I love doing when I'm doing painting and stuff. That's the APU, auxiliary power unit. You can actually plug the Typhoon in here and start it up. But this soot is actually just literally burnt fuel, just making its thing there. I think I've covered the basics. Canopy, acrylic. There are 12 fairing flaps, or the petals here, on the engine. 12 of those that control the airflow. They are hydraulic, so they don't, they're mechanical, so they don't actually sweep at all. I think I've covered everything for you on that one. You may notice some Typhoons have like a little bobble here with about, I don't know, it looks about 3 or 4 holes here. They're here and here. All right, they're about here and here. It's not on this one because this is a tranche 1. On the tranche 3, there's these little bobbles. So if you see them with the bobbles on here, that is the latest and greatest for here. It'll be a tranche 3 because that's as latest as we've got. It was designed to fit CFTs, conformal fuel tanks. Okay, so they follow the sort of like the curviness of the Typhoon, the curves of the Typhoon. Don't think they're very popular. I've never seen them, but there we go. Enough on that one. I think we're all done. I think we're pretty good. That's pretty much the basics that I've got. If you look at the Typhoon's wings as well, they're not actually flat. They actually curve a little bit. If you have a look, can you see that? They're like beautiful design, beautiful. I mean, that was carefully done. Can you see that? Then I actually thought they were quite flat, but they're not. They curve. Again, aerodynamics right there with the fly-by-wire would really make this a winner. There we go. There's our Foon.
very warm welcome to the show. I wish it was warm, but this is the reminder of what's to come for the rest of the year and the earlier stages of the new year. Hey, you alright? Good. Sandy Wynn, how you doing? Mike A, Alan Q, how you doing? Alan Gates, Blocks, Babs Art. Hope we're all good and well. Doctor, Daniel, Margot, Wibbs, how you doing? Some watch will know we're all good. You're welcome. I hope you enjoyed that. If there's any questions that you have on the Typhoon, feel free to ask me. I'll do my best to answer it. A couple of other things on the Typhoon as well. Let me see if I... some remarkable... That engine is absolutely remarkable. It actually restarts itself in an event of a flame mount as well, which is absolutely amazing. It would just restart it. Sometimes the pilot probably... I would have thought the pilot would have seen an issue, but by the time they try to react to it, it does its own thing and tries to restart itself. That's how good the EJ200 engine is. That's a lot's gone out. You're all welcome. Like I said, if you've got any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll do my best. Sandy Wynn, hope you're good. Thank you very much. Great commentary, Nikos. Thank you very much. Lisa Woodley asked us previously, so apologise. Does the family version Typhoon weigh more? And does this affect the thrust to weight ratio? Naturally, you start adding weight to any aircraft. Now, with respect to the pilot's weight, there are now 2 people in there, so in effect, you could say it weighs more by the amount of the person. So I think it would be an insignificant amount of input on the thrust to weight, if that makes sense. I mean, let's face it, a drop tank weighs 600 pounds, so I don't think a person is going to weigh that much, if that makes sense. And if they do, well, they're a drop tank. So it wouldn't affect it in a operational way, shall we say. It wouldn't affect it for training. So yes and no. Naturally, it would weigh more because it's got an extra person in there, but Martin Axtell, Nikos, if the Typhoon is made of a carbon fibre, why does that have a time limit on the airframe? Okay, so it's a little bit quite more complex than that, because you've got to remember how much stress, airframe stress, has been put on that airframe, as well as the avionics. You can keep upgrading stuff inside to a point. So how we doing? Hope we're all good. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. How we doing? There's quite a few things. So all airframes, how you doing? Especially fighter jets. I mean, they are exposed to a lot, and it's not always about the stresses on the G. How we doing? My name's Nikos. I hope we're all good. I'm a lot better than last week now. Okay, so there's a few things on the Tranche 1, the older airframes. They do have an expiry date. There's going to be so much that you can't see, all right, on the airframe, which they plug it in and the diagnostics will give it the there's a little onboard external computer here, the diagnostics computer module here that they can open up. Now the tranche one actually had, I mean, it was great. I mean, think about it. How modern technology is this? Is having a touch screen. But we are in a country that's rather grey and wet, and they found that when it got wet, it was really hard to start pressing the buttons on the touchscreen, shall we say? So on tranche 2, they did away with the touchscreen. So so aircraft inside, there's a lot that goes on that have to have an expiry date, sadly, because of the amount of stress. It's literally airframe stress. All fighters will have some form of airframe stress at some point. I mean, what can they go for? Maybe 30, 40 years, maybe, the actual frame. But which is why I guess maybe they do use older frames when it comes to Typhoon displays. It is going to be subject to a lot, but they can, withhold a lot of stress. But all airframes do have. I mean, there's things inside. For not necessarily for the Typhoon, you've got to think about wear and tear inside. You've got to think about things that you can't see, tiny little fasteners, rust. There's bits of tiny fragments of rust. I'm not saying because the Typhoon is 85% carbon composite, it does have stages of metal. There's so many components inside this very aircraft that is quite frightening. I mean, we're talking about the Typhoon along this main fuselage has 30 kilometers of cabling. Not your usual cabling that you get, down the back of your television or PC. You stack the way you've wrapped that up. But I mean, even the Typhoon's wings are held on with 6 bolts, just 6. Doesn't sound a lot. They're about, I don't know, about 9 inch. Don't know how thick they are. But maybe I'll get you a tour. Maybe I'll do a video. Maybe I'll get a tour. Maybe one day. Maybe I'll go to the factory and go and have a look. But yeah, aircraft are subject to a lot of airframe stress, which will really need a whole replacement. But good question. Engines as well, they'll have a lifespan before they need an overhaul. Everything, I'm afraid, has a lifespan. The 4 planes that you can see here when they go in for servicing as well, this is quite interesting. They will be subject to analysing their angle, literally their bearing, make sure they haven't gone out by like a half a degree or anything like that, which would completely throw the performance out. It is mind-boggling how much cabling, even the actual the rivets and the actual tools to fasten every single rivet has to be logged, so that if there's any issues with the rivets, they could also track the actual fastener as well, the actual tool that they used to rivet put the fasteners in as well. So even down to that, every colleague, every member of the team has to log in and put what they used, as in the tool. Even 29 Squadron has their tools as well, and each one is allocated and it's scrutinized to a job as well. It has to come back, because if the tool, it's not just what they use to repair, but if there's an issue with the tool, they can track it and find out what was they can find out which aircraft was used with that tool as well. There's so much that goes on, isn't it? It's really, really amazing. So you can see the 2 different colours, like I pointed out, the nose, different grey, and also right on the tip of the tail, you can see that. Okay, you can't paint them, which is why on Typhoon livery they're left like that, because if you start painting them, then you are going to jeopardise the performance of the AESA and that VHF antenna at the top. Mark Valentine, glad you're on it. I've sent you an email, buddy, regarding your order. Please can you reply and let me know if it's you. That's Mark Valentine that I've just seen on the screen. Please let me know what you'd like me to do. So, moving aircraft from squadron to squadron, place to place. You'll find that they'll just tow the aircraft, no need to start the aircraft. Typhoons, many Typhoons are put in what's called a pool, which means they can be used from squadron to squadron. So although you'll get markings, squadron markings on a Typhoon, for example, it may not be flown by that particular squadron, if that makes sense. So a 12 squadron marked Typhoon could be flown by 11 squadron, but these are put in a pool. That not all of them are like that. There are some that are designated specifically to that squadron. That is the case. Depends on what they are. Crossan, good question. How are display pilots selected? Okay, so it wasn't always the case, but okay. So first of all, they are selected from 29 Squadron, and the process is pretty more simple than what you'd think, actually. First of all, they are selected from 29 Squadron. It wasn't always 29 Squadron. There was a case of, I think it was number 6 Squadron. They usually have a year as well, with the exception of there were 2 instances. It was JP, John Peterson, that had 2 years, and I think because of COVID, I think technically it could have been Sainty, actually could have had a second year, even though he didn't display on one of the. I think there was that incident as well. So they get a year, and I like that in a way because it gives a pilot a chance to pass on what they've learned, and it keeps it fresh and new. Okay, so and then what happens with the new pilot? So the former pilot will be the mentor, the supervisor for the new pilot, and then that pilot will be the mentor for the next pilot. So they pass on and supervise each other. So in some ways, in the Typhoon display team, they kind of get 2 years not displaying, 1 year to be a mentor, 1 year to display, and 1 year to mentor. And then, of course, it's something else for them. Okay, I hope that bit makes sense. Now, to actually apply, it's quite simple. A4 piece of paper, and you need to write down why you think you'll be a good Typhoon display pilot. It's as simple as that. They are shortlisted down to about 4. And then, I don't know what happens after that stage, of course, but with 4, and then the one that's successful will be having an interview with the warrant officer, etc. And that is it. That is simple as it. You just have to write and explain why you feel that you will be a good Typhoon display pilot. That's the process. So you write that down, send that in. There'll be a few more applicants, I would imagine. They shortlist of 4, and then the one that they feel is the best for that role gets the job, and then they will be supervised. See, already the new pilot would have already been doing some work through the year. It's not just oh, okay, I start January. It's not. They would have been doing simulator work. They would have already applied, as you know, and been successful, which is what I've always said. It's not January or February that they start. They actually start way before. The flying component, they may have done a few simulating work, but they may have taken up a Typhoon, not like a full display, just to maybe practice a few BFMs or part of their sequence. That is true, but the actual workups, it starts at 5,000 feet for their very first display, then 10 at 1,500. Okay, and then they'll do a couple at 500. Now, this is the confusion. After they're ready to go to display height, which it's actually called minimals. They'll go down to minimums. Okay, now that means the display is still done at 500 feet, but there are two extra exceptions: a high-speed pass, no lower than 100 feet, and steep turns can be done at 300 feet. All right, so the display is not done at 100 feet, although they can do 100 feet max minimum. The hard deck is 100 feet for the high-speed pass, and then 300 feet for a steep turn. Okay, so I hope that bit makes sense. Good questions coming up. Thanks a lot, Matt. Here we go, another departure coming up. Of course, if you've just joined us, don't forget to hit the like button and do subscribe to the one and only Coningsby channel. Christopher Carr, morning. Aspen, what up? How you doing? Bruce McCauley, Lorraine, Stephen Billings, Hank, Marco, Argan, what up? Hope we're all good. Blocks, Matt Foster, how you doing? Oi oi, wee Stevie boy, Alan Gates, what's going on? Another departure coming up. Again, keep it sweet and neat, please, in the chats. Thank you very much. That's how we do it. West Coast, what up? Alex, how you doing as well? Hope you're good. There is a Typhoon just behind that building. It's ready to go out. So should have our first arrivals just coming up very shortly. Okay, landing lights on, here we go.
So just like this time last year, streams will be just a little bit shorter than usual, with the temperature dropping quite savagely. Yeah, yesterday was a little bit emotional in the morning. I think it got better towards the afternoon for those in the UK. You know what I'm on about. It was rather grim yesterday. Cheese on toast does sound good. I agree with that. Sunday was working on another Lost Airfields episode 15 ready to go in December. Got another Lost Airfields next month, episode 14 ready to go, and episode 15 in December. So 2 more new episodes coming up very soon. one just now? Oh yeah. Yeah, I got it. See it from here. Interesting, man. No, nor have I. Arrival. That did make me laugh, that Aspen, that is hilarious. That is so funny. Typhoons always land so I can't even read about laughing, it's the way you put it. F-15s and F-85s plant themselves in the runway like they want to grow a garden. That's it. Oh man, I'll tell you what, the other thing I've noticed as well, they're so loud on landings, the F-15 and the F-85, really like loud. I just think they're going to do another like low approach. So I just love that. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? How we doing? Welcome to the show. Hope you're all good and well. What's going on? Are we having? Might be having some hot pitting, hot pit refueling. If that is the case, it's where you refuel an aircraft with the engines still running.
Now I know the F-15 shuts down one engine, and of course the F-35 doesn't shut any of the engines, because that's what hot pit refueling is. Now, hot pit refueling in the battlefield can be integrated with what's called ICT. For those that have served would know what I'm on about. An ICT, basically a rapid process where it involves hot pitting, rearming and performing maintenance on the aircraft while the engines are still running. It stands for Integrated Combat Turn, and it's hot pitting which is part of an ICT. Really, really important training to do this on a training level, because it's used fundamentally on the battlefield. An ICT, Integrated Combat Turn. Basically like a hot pit stop is the best way. here. Got a few more Foons just arriving from their training. They're getting smoother and smoother, aren't they? That's great, that's good. Amazing landings. So, you're looking at around about maximum 10 minutes to hot pit or refuel a Typhoon, by the look of it.
Good, thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Right. Got there, done that. forget which 29 Squadron we're talking about. Also trainee pilots as well, junior pilots on the Typhoon. This could be their first time doing this. Check that out, man.
How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the show. We've got some lovely hot pit refueling going on here. driver. Loving it. I'm just keeping my voice down so you can enjoy the sounds of the foods. Rockcape Chappie 54, how you doing? Alex, Raven, Lorraine, Jan, Richard G, Lorraine, Remco, Margot Brighty, how you all doing? Good, you're right. Good, good. So as you can see, it doesn't take long to hot pit refuel. It's actually quicker to refuel an aircraft with the engines running because all the pumps are running already, rather than trying to refuel an aircraft with the engine shut down. Essential on the battlefield, of course, on a mission, a sortie, integrated into the integrated combat turn, which is almost like a hot pit stop, literally rearmed, maintenance, refueled, ready to go out again.
There we go. Cockpit complete. Wow. So they're ready for the next sortie. As I mentioned briefly on the show earlier today, I actually managed to find myself answering one of my questions that I asked before. And I'll explain in just a moment. And it's a question that I asked regarding... regarding designations for bomb groups, and I'll tell you what, I managed to find it.
You know your website?
Yes.
Can we pay by bank card?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Can we?
Yeah, when you go onto the checkout, you can check out as guest rather than having a PayPal account, and it will...
I don't have a PayPal.
That's right, so you check out as guest and you can pay by card.
Right.
All right?
Cheers.
No worries.
I've been thinking about joining it for ages and I never got round to it.
Oh, that's cool. No worries. How we're doing, ladies, trying to tell you minutes. So, I'll tell you what I'll do before I show you. So I went to station 114 to do a lost airfield, and it was home first of all to the 12th Air Force and then eventually the mighty 8th Air Force. And then I, of course, naturally had to get the 389th bomb group heavy. Now heavy, remember that. And that was their, and I'm not going to spoil it, I'm not going to go into detail, but they are nicknamed although the Flying Scorpions as well, but they were also, they had a nickname of the Green Dragons. Now, I know what you're thinking, it's blue, I'm not going to spoil it, I'm going to leave it at that, but that was the 389th Bomb Group's insignia, which they were part of the IT-8th, and they were part of the 2nd Air Division. Now, here's what while I was doing the write-up, which I've done my research of the 389th and the history of RAF Hethel, I came across the squadrons or the bomb groups that were there before. Now, if you remember 15th of January 1941, well, guess who activated the 48th bomb group light? Okay, now here's the thing, that letter L, remember we said about if you see the group and then a letter, so the L stood for light. Now while I was doing that, I did discover that they all were also, the 48th were, some of their squadrons had a D next to it, which stands for dive. Now you may be very familiar with heavy, so the 100th bomb group heavy, and also the 389th were a bomb group heavy. And I said, well, you got light and heavy, is there a medium? And there was. In fact, there was the 310th and the 320th Bombardment Group Medium. They had a letter M, and they were flying things like the Martin B-26 Marauder. So something I learned while I was trying to find research out for something completely different. Nice one. Cheers, Pete. And so yeah, I was yeah, there you go. So that's what I discovered, and there'll be a lot of info for you for our lost airfields. There's a lot I've got to cover. There's loads. There's one more quite close to me. In fact, there could be two possible extras on that are quite close, but the rest of them now are at least an hour and a half away from where I am to actually, you know, to cover a broader scale of footage for it, because not all the places I can fly the drone, of course, because it, you know, and there are places where you're going to need permission to do so as well, which can be possible. It's not complete write-off. I mean, you've got RAF Glatton. It is it is an operating airfield, Peterborough Airport or Conington, but it's with permission. You can do it. You can go into detail, and that could be a possibility in its own right. But we'll see. We'll see if I'm going to go down that route. But the rest of them now, Norfolk and Suffolk, right towards the Norfolk and Suffolk coasts as well. There's quite a bit there, and that's at least an hour 40. You know, when we start to stretch that far. So, so some of the lost airfields are going to be. So maybe it might be a case of just taking a week out and just doing them all. Not all of them. I don't think I can probably do them all, but I can certainly try and get them done, because I know they are a favourite amongst you. Some of them are a little bit more challenging than others, and it's what I can get to at the end of the day, which what makes the show a little bit different. And speaking of history here as well, 4th of November, as we spoke before, 1940, the airfield opened here at Coningsby with its grass runway, and it was the legendary Handley Page Hampden which took to the skies. This was really, along with this and the Vickers Wellington, they were both made under the same specifications of the Air Ministry, and I love showing that off, because it's quite important to understand that when we talk about manufacturers getting that go-ahead to make an aircraft, it's actually quite important for them to boost the economy in the town, to, you know, to serve the village or the town even, you know, to thrive, you know, give them work. I mean, it's very important, especially, you know, during that time, even today, of course, but in 1940, like I've always said, 1930s, sorry, even, it was really important to get a contract, you know, and for those that didn't get it, you know, they're losing out on trade and employment, bringing employment to the town. It was very much a people's war, that I've always said. And if you imagine the Handley Page Hampden here, I should have got the Wellington actually, it doesn't matter, but this was the very first aircraft to arrive here. If I just show you it sort of in the vicinity, mind you, the ground that I'm on is actually part of the old base. You've still got the hard stands and pancakes further afield in there as well. So this Handley Page Hampden bomber is what we had, and it was actually it kind of innovated land mine laying as well. They did use this for also a torpedo variant as well. They actually made a torpedo bomber variant, but this was really this end of the county. All right, it was literally, the Hampden was taken to the skies. I know I've upgraded one of my propellers on that. Had a bit of damage to it, unfortunately, but the Hampden and the, you know, this was with 38 Squadron. Give me 1 second. Let me just see if I can get you the Wellington as well. 1 second. 1 second. Let me see if I can do that for you. Where was that? Yeah, I might bring you to the Wellington this time. 49s. I'll be right, gang. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So yes, so sorry about that. To scale, there they are. They're not that far out from each other, to be honest. Not totally far, but they kind of innovated their own thing. And if I just show you the two with the wingspan, and they were built in the same specification by the way, the Air Ministry's specification. Sorry, my phone is going crazy. What's happened now? Right, cool. So I'm trying to hold that. There you go. Right, so they were built under the Air Ministry specification. It was a B9 3.2, and then that 3.2 indicates to you that they were put into production in 1932. And the thing is that they were built under the same specification under two different manufacturers. You've got Vickers Wellington and the Hampden. The thing is, they thrived in different counties, if that makes sense. So the Hampden started with 49 Squadron, their markings Echo Alpha, and the Vickers Wellington started life out with the 99 Squadron, and their tail code, their squadron markings was LN, for those who like to know, in 1938. Both were pretty much a month apart when they entered service. The Hampden in September of 1938 at RAF Scampton, and the Wellington just below there at RAF Mildenhall with 99 Squadron. There's not too, there are, you can see the wingspan differences there. 69 foot 2 inches with the Hampden and 86 foot 2 inches. So around about 5 meters difference for those who do the meters, and then 53 feet in length, and then 64 foot in length for the Wellington. So quite a substantial difference. Max speeds will always vary because there were so many different engines that were put in. We're looking around about, the Hampden was a little bit faster at 254 and 235 for the Vickers Wellington. The service ceiling 20,000 for the Wellington, 19,000 for the Hampden. The range, some took it upon just over 1,500 with the Wellington and about 1,800 with the Hampden, although not heavily defended. The Wellington had a £500 more payload at 4,500. So you've got this being the iconic fighter bomber. It was also labelled and dubbed. And this took to the skies around Lincolnshire, and then this was more common in like Ely, Cambridgeshire, Suffolk, those regions, that part of the county, like Cambridgeshire. The Wellington bomber was the kind of like the icon in Mildenhall, Suffolk, Ely, Cambridgeshire area. But then they're very, very different. They're very different. And this is what we'll key into here, because it was serving here, but it wasn't the best reputation that it had with its squadron. But that said, it had its guns, and at the time he wasn't wing commander, but when he was, he really tried to push this. Guy Gibson is trying to say their ranks before they became wing commander, if that makes sense. Yes, he was wing commander, but during the time when he wasn't, he was flying this and tried to innovate this into more of a almost like a coastal command kind of role, or navy kind of role, to take out U-boats and other ships and such, and mine laying was its thing. And I believe Guy Gibson did operate as well from Lossiemouth, and it was pretty impressive stuff with the Hampden. The Hampden, the squadron arrived was 106, so 106 was the first residence that arrived here at RAF Coningsby. So that was in February of 1941. It was even dubbed as the flying suitcase. It had a few nicknames: the flying tadpole or the flying suitcase, because of its very thin, slimline fuselage at just 3 foot. That's about a metre, and the pilot would sit up here and
would also become a bit of a problem if the pilot got injured or worse, because with the folded seat and cramped situation, if the pilot got injured or worse, it was extremely difficult to get the pilot out. Now, welcome to England's second largest county. That's right, Lincolnshire. Now, I know many of you would have heard Bomber County, but you know, it wasn't always Bomber County. There wasn't an airfield here during the First World War, but it was indeed a fighter county. There were so many Royal Flying Corps stations, or at least grass runways, and Royal Flying Corps airfields here. But with Bomber County, and I'm going to tell you kind of like the evolution of what we had here. There was, during the First World War, right up to the end of the First World War, we had about 300 military airfields, and then it shrunk down to 27 in 1924. That's quite substantial. By the end of the Second World War, we had around about 600 military airfields. Wow, that's a lot. And with that in mind, 450 of those were Royal Air Force, and about 150 were United States Army Air Forces. Now, this, as I mentioned, was a fighter county, Lincolnshire. It had airfields to defend and protect the county, just like Marham, and we spoke about Marham, which we'll do need to go again. It had biplanes to protect and shoot down these Zeppelins when they were raiding. And many of the airfields after the sort of like that period, which was called the interwar period, were called in for expansion, because in 1935, well, we know what happened in 1935. The largest ever Air Force was in fact built under secrecy. In fact, there was about 8,000, check that out, 8,000 aircraft that were built under the secretly built Luftwaffe. Amazing, to be honest, to do that. They weren't allowed to do it, but they did it under secrecy. It was Goring that took control to take care of that, having civilian aircraft, but they weren't. They were dubbed as that, but they were actually the military bombers and fighters. In fact, it was that time when our legend Robert Watson Watt developed the chain home and started to but I might have that as a Christmas special, by the way. I haven't forgotten about a Christmas special. I'm working on that. I might do that as a Christmas special. And in 1936, the importance of even thinking about having bomber command. Just to put you into perspective, there were around about 46 World War II airfields here in Lincolnshire, with an average of about 7 miles apart, which is quite amazing, really, when you think about it. The red dots are the Royal Flying Corps, so 1912 to 18. All right, and then the blue, that's our World War II airfields. And then the ones with the circle were Royal Flying Corps and kept and adapted and expanded into the Second World War operations. Okay, so you can see Scampton, even though it was called actually Brattleby. Coningsby isn't far away. But what you'll notice is that a lot of them are kind of snug next to main towns and cities. So that's something to think about as well. All right, so you've got quite a few there with an average, like I said, of about, I needed to move this just a little bit. I got that a little bit wrong, but never mind. Alnwick is a classic place. It was a RFC, but then also used as a decoy airfield as well, by the way, for those interested. There you go, you got Spittlegate as well, Harlaxton, used for both World Wars 1 and 2, Waddington, of course, Scampton, Curtin, Lindsay, etc. And you got all the way up here, good old Cleethorpes up here as well, and Grimsby. I think I've got my directions right. There we go, but that's just to give you an idea of what you're looking at. Hey, you alright? How you doing? Okay. So there you go. So that's giving you an idea. And don't forget, we got Woodhall Spa near here, Metheringham, in Dunelm Lodge, so many, and Scampton, of course, so many airfields nearby, and then so on and so on. It's amazing when you think about it like that. And then even
even down to Bomber Command as well. That in its own right is its own interesting story, because just like Germany were under scrutiny with with treaties that they couldn't build again, couldn't rearm basically, that's probably the correct term. They couldn't rearm because of what happened with the Treaty of Versailles and things like that, but of course that happened. But even trying to, the Hague and tried to convince them what is a military target, and this is the thing, and it had to be done very, very carefully. Bombing cities and civilians weren't deemed as a military target, so that wasn't the right thing to do, and it was kept to some extent in that way until one situation happened, which I'll explain at Chain Home when I speak about that. When I do a little, I might do a live on that for you for Christmas, about the incident where a Luftwaffe pilot, bomber, got absolutely lost and just dropped his bombs over London, and it was literally, oh dear, there's going to be repercussions because Hitler did not want London being bombed, and well, there we go. There was repercussions, but I'll go into detail. But to actually, when we think about Bomber Command as well, it was the likes of, let's go back in time. Let's go to 1903. The Wright brothers, they probably didn't even think about using planes as a means of attacking. And yet when I bring back the Battle of Little Bighorn in 1876, you will know the importance that could have been, and game changed the whole thing had 27 years later been sooner. Okay, then they would have thought about, hey, hang on, maybe we can do aerial combat, maybe that might be better. And it was the likes of Julio Dowett who literally thought, hang on a minute, you got land attacking and on foot, and then you got the sea, but then he thought of a third dimension, the air. He thought that was quite important. And of course, World War I, bombing was effective, but it lacked performance. I mean, think about it. And it was literally the Hampden, like I showed you, that changed things because of the engine. Have I got a little dot there? Yeah, I have. Hang on a minute. Hang on. I'll see that little bit there. There we go. Problem solved. So yeah, the planes, aircraft, they evolve, and bombing was on military targets and marshalling yards, bridges, comms. But the Versailles Treaty, like I said, 1922, there were international agreements put in place to restrict and prohibit aerial bombing of non-military targets. And it was in 1936 that it was Bomber Command that actually formed. But there were problems. Bomber Command, the size of it as a strategic force. Did we have the aircraft? No. Rules of engagement, targets allocated to Bomber Command. There was a lot of disagreements between who's going to do what. Technology, lack of radar, navigation, flying at night, flying when things switched to navigating and bombing at night. There were problems. Think about it. They didn't have that kind of technology. The wind blowing you off course. Remember, the 3-degree glide path is bad enough. Think about having some winds to blow you off course. Accuracy as well, lack of. It's amazing. Hayford bomber was really the last strand before it evolved, in my opinion, because that had the which there is a gentleman making me one actually. Bless him. He said, I'm going to make you a Hayford bomber. I thought, are you being serious? Because that's quite difficult. I mean, I think airfix, airplane modelling is quite skill. You all right, buddy? Yeah. Thank you. It's quite. Cheers, buddy. It's quite a skill itself, but to do a biplane, that's going to involve. I've got to really look after that. That's going to be bubble wrapped. But the Hayford bomber, with its Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines, was really the last ever. And it's quite amazing to think that they had a crew of 4, I think, in the Hayford bomber. But there we go. But hey, see you later. Take care. But then the Wellington bomber, that come out, that changed things along with the Hampden. That really did. It completely changed technology because the Air Ministry's B9/32 said that they wanted a bit more of a powerful engine. It's the same scenario as the Gloucester Gladiator. It come out too late. The Avro Lincoln, in my opinion, come out too late. Okay, there was already the B-29, which proved itself. The Hayford didn't see any operational use, although hang on a minute, rewind. It was important for a few things. I think we've got an aircraft coming into land. Because the Hayford bomber was used in training, and of course Robert Watts used it as an experimental aircraft. But the Wellington eventually did have the capability of 22,000 feet service ceiling and a good range of 2,200. Now this sounds different to what I told you earlier. Why? Because they were upgrades to the engines. They started off with the Pegasus, and then they upgraded to the Hercules, Bristol Hercules engines, etc. They got better. So they had it, but 235 miles per hour. Then the Whitworth as well, don't forget, one back. The Whitworth carrying 7,000 pound of bombs, but didn't have the speed, didn't have the range. And then, of course, before that, we had the Blenheim. Had the speed, didn't have the range, had the service ceiling, just wasn't quite right. And, of course, they allocated Bomber Command into groups as well. And each group, this looks good. Each group were given a task as well, so let's have a look. So you may have heard of 1 group, 2 group, 3 group. So Bomber Command had different that was cool, wasn't it? Had different groups. 1 group, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Here was 5 group. And then you had 1 group took care of operations in France. 2 group were light medium bombers. 6 group were mainly Royal Canadian Air Force. 8 group, which you may have heard, were the Pathfinders. There was also 26 group and training groups, 91 and 21, and 100 group, which took care of the electronic warfare, the countermeasure equipment. Got another arrival. I mean, you've seen the 2 ship there. I mean, that just didn't happen overnight. That is a tactic. They would have learned that through the evolution of military aviation.
So yeah, in the end, of course, when Bomber Command and Fighter Command, Coastal Command all formed in 36 and 1940, we also had Training Command as well. Grass runways, of course, were excellent for fighters. Now, Coningsby was selected to be a Bomber Command station, but grass runways matched and suited what was available at the time. Like I said, like Blenheims, Hampdens, Wellington bombers, but as aircraft got heavier and bigger, grass runways weren't a thing. But at the time, light bombers were the thing, so they were suitable for grass runways, and grass runways were excellent for fighters in an airfield under attack. But there was always going to be, which you would have seen movies, I would have thought, you must have seen some movies where it's like an overhead bird's eye view overhead bird's eye view of the Spitfires trying to taxi out as they're getting attacked, and there's always going to be some stretch of land that an aircraft can take off from. Coningsby does have a grass runway. There it is. So the two fluorescent markers there, that's one end, and then there should be another two down the other end. Hang on, sorry, that was that end. God, that zooms all right, isn't it? That's the start of it, or beginning of it, end of it, whichever way you're flying, and that's the other end of it there. They're markers for the grass runway. All right, so you'll see a lot of training with that. So Coningsby does actually have 3 runways in some ways, runway 1, 2 and 30 for light aircraft, especially in crosswinds. Of course, the main runway 07 and 25, and that grass runway again, really important. The BBMF train on that, for especially for diversions such as Old Buckingham, Old Warden Aerodrome. Again, they only have a grass runway at the Old Warden. You're completely sorry, I was thinking of the F-35B. Why didn't someone asked me that? Why couldn't the F-35B do you know, be hovering at Old Buckingham? Because the runway would probably just fall apart. Anyway, so yeah, as we started to have Stirlings, Halifaxes and Lancasters and heavy bombers were introduced, grass runways really were not suitable, and plans to build Coningsby began in 1937. On the 4th of November 1940 it was finally built, but it took a few months for the first residents to arrive. It was number 106 Squadron, Zulu November, their squadron code. They arrived 23rd of February 1941. They arrived with the Handley Page Hampden that was already operating at RAF Scampton as well. Their first mission at Coningsby, and the first ever mission for Coningsby, happened on the night of the 1st into the 2nd of March 1941. 5 Hampdens took part in the raid. None were lost, but the following night of completing their first mission, 106 Squadron took to the skies for their second mission on the night on the 3rd into the 4th, but this time they did have their first loss of aircraft and first casualties. In fact, X3002 failed to return, with the loss of all 4 crew killed in action. On the 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron. Oscar Foxtrot were their squadron markings, and they were equipped with the Avro Manchester. Now, I spoke to you many times about the Avro Manchester, of how it really well, they made 200 and didn't see the end of the war. In fact, they scrapped it by 1942. However, when I say scrapped, not quite. That's probably the wrong thing to say. The Avro Manchester Mark 1 was 89 feet wingspan, had 3 tail fins, had the H. In fact, it looked like the Avro Lancaster, and you wouldn't be wrong in saying that. Let me show you if I can find it. Do I have it still? Oh, here comes, I think we've got incoming as well. One sec. The lights have come on, which is good. Started to rain a little bit. Time for the covers.
Here it comes. God, do you know what? You can't actually see it until now. Only now does it appear at the clouds. Yeah, it's good here. Yeah, it is. Sorry? Oh, that was good, wasn't it? That was a good one. Were you there as well? Oh, that's cool. Well, that's alright then, isn't it? That's good. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? So, yeah, this has seen better days now. But there's our Avro Manchester. Sadly, it's split on me. How dare it? But there we go. So I wonder if I got a photo of it on the front of it. These are really cool. So there's the Avro Manchester. You wouldn't be wrong in saying it looks very similar to the Avro Lancaster, and you wouldn't be wrong because this evolved into the Avro Manchester Mark III. Yeah, Mark III eventually became the Avro Lancaster. That's right. And it wasn't the design or anything, it was the engines that caused the problems in a nutshell. That's what ruined it. And with 106 Squadron, with the Hampdens and 97 using the Manchester, it was the bearings, the ball bearings inside the engines that were causing the engines to catch fire, and also the propellers started to cause issues as well with that chain reaction. It was grounded more than 6 times, I believe about a dozen times, and in the end 106 Squadron had to go out on their own. And when 106 Squadron converted actually to the Manchester, they actually converted back to the Hampden. Yeah, so you can see the third tail fin there. Just trying to see what else I can show you on that with regards to that. There we go, look, there's another example there with the third tail fin. But the Mark 1A Manchester did away with that, so it ended up, there's another Mark 1.
the Mark 1A and the Manchester Mark 2. They tried to. It was Rolls-Royce. They were Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Now, on paper, they sounded great, rated at 1,760 horsepower, which is amazing. But things were not looking good, and they were actually losing a lot of men on actual flying rather than being shot down. So Roy Chadwick and A.V. Rowe, the crew, they decided to do away with the engines that were causing the issue and actually add 4 completely new engines, and it was indeed the Merlin 20, which they eventually put Merlin 24s for more power, added 6 foot either side to cope. Now, the original prototype of the Manchester Mark III, which had the 4 engines, had the third tail fin, and then DG 595 looked like this pretty much and became renamed to the Avro Lancaster Mark I. And it was good old 44 Squadron, Kilo Mike, that received the Avro Lancaster at Waddington. It was actually on Christmas Eve, I think it was, in 1941. So when the 2nd Squadron arrived, 97 Squadron, like I said, they were equipped with the Avro Manchester, and then that's when problems started to happen, unfortunately. April the 10th into the night of the 11th, into the early hours of 1941, 106 again was sent on a small-scale raid to Dusseldorf. 2 more Hampdens were lost by night fighters. The 8 men do lay side by side in a Dutch cemetery where they were lost. And in July and August, 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft, to a point where, sadly, 106 Squadron had the statistics of being the worst for losses. Hampden Squadron. Another story from Coningsby in August 1941. Hampden A193, piloted by Sergeant Leon, was heading home from a raid in Duisburg when a disaster struck as both Olympus Pegasus engines failed whilst 40 miles out over the North Sea, over the island of Texel, Netherlands. Leon did manage to land the Hampden on the sea with a belly landing, and the crew managed to get out just before it sunk. They escaped with the dinghy, and they used the harnesses as oars, and we're using some of the life jackets to make like a makeshift sail. They survived 4 days out at sea, 2 straight days of rain and 2 more days in the heat. And they managed to get onto shore, obviously starting to feel the effects of not having fresh water and living on raw shellfish. They were eventually found by fishermen and handed over to German officials. The crew received medical treatment and became prisoners of war. 97 Squadron operating their Avro Manchesters on the 8th to the 9th April 1941. They took to the skies in the Avro Manchester on a night raid for the largest raid of the war by Bomber Command on Kiel, but the Manchester again had a series of problems. Homeward bound, many pilots would report of engine on fire, with the other engine not doing too good, and again once more grounded, and they were eventually put out of service
in 1942. About 200 were made in total. Bit of drizzle coming now again, and that was to be expected today. It's a bit better than yesterday, I must admit. Well, from opening the door, I literally did what my cat used to do: open the door and thought, nah, I'll use the other door, and they'll look outside in the garden and go, nah, not today. I love it when cats do that. Another incident and a story from Coningsby happened on the 2nd of October 1941. A raid on Carreau near Frankfurt, and it was Sergeant Newby who departed Coningsby at 1800, flying with a formation of Hampdens close to the target. The weather turned to pea soup and rain squalls were causing issues to locate the target. They were ordered to abort the mission just 5 minutes away from target, but Sergeant Newby, he continued and went on to attack his target, but then was met by ME-110s, and under attack on the way home, the aircraft suffered severely, damage to the engine, damage to the navigational systems, and completely off course, managed to evade the attacking fighters, and with working out that they potentially were overland, as the engine 1 malfunctioned and cut out, engine 2 had the same fate, and all 4 bailed. And here's something only, didn't really work out, that, didn't really cross my mind, but with Ireland being a neutral country, when they managed to have their feet on the ground, they were captured and interned and spent the rest of the war in Ireland. Emotional that weather now, just as well, because I think we've got 1 left to come back. So yeah, eventually 106 Squadron did convert to the Manchester as well, with all the issues that it was having, and that was in early 1942. But that was pretty much the end of the Manchester, those early months of 1942. by February 1942, Coningsby satellite station was been built. It was just 5 miles, probably less actually, in the direction of the backwards growth line, but we'll call it 5 miles, and that's RAF Hethel Spa. It was complete with hardened runways, and 97 Squadron received their new 4-engine bomber. But of course they needed training, so what they did, they developed a heavy conversion unit from their own B flight. So just like basically converted an OCU, and 106 Squadron did the same. So they were training on their new Lancaster at Hethel Spa. So satellite station is almost like having a extension to your runway and to your station, if that makes sense. It's like having. And they built them with Class A hardened runways, suitable for the heavy bomber. Where are those birds going? They're not small. Go, that's all of them back, and just as well as it's really getting a bit grim now. Hiya. Dee 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 dee. Right, let's dry that up. Oh, thank you. Thanks very much. So it was this that they were all waiting for, ladies, gents, teddy bears, the Avro Lancaster. Like I said, it was originally the Avro Manchester Mark III. Now, you may notice the turret has gone. Yep, that's because it's got the 22,000 pound Grand Slam. Very different. They had to modify the weapons bay. Armour plating gone. But eventually they realised that this couldn't move very well, having 22,000 pound bomb underneath it, which led on to the development of, for those that know, the Avro Lincoln. Bigger wingspan, and it was made for that instead of building upon these. In fact, they were building them for the Tiger Force. In fact, I believe PA 474, the Battle of Britain, again is and was made for that very reason, for the Tiger Force. It's getting a bit grim out here now. Let's see what we can do. Let me just move this along here for a little bit. Let's just pop up there. So I'll give the screen a little wipe. Well, let me just wipe that screen there. So yes, that's what eventually happened to the Manchester. It became the Avro Lancaster in the end, with its new engines. But while that was going on, while they were training, things were still operating from here. In fact, they were operating from Hethel Spa on days like this, when the grass runways of Coningsby were getting a bit soggy. So don't forget, Coningsby was built with grass runways, and while Hethel Spa was enjoying its concrete hardened runways. Now eventually 97 Squadron did move to Hethel Spa, and that again during bad weather as well. Aircraft were being used from there. 106 Squadron didn't have the best start with their Manchesters while they were here, with loads of missions aborted, and in the end, as you know, it was time to completely scrap that idea. And when things got really bad, they were using the Hampden still. In 1942, 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander. You all have probably heard of him. Aged just 23, it was indeed Wing Commander Guy Gibson that took command of the squadron, increasing the morale of the squadron. Now, there was a bit of sweet and sour with this, because at the end of the day, some were a little bit skeptical of his age. He was the youngest wing commander of Bomber Command at just 23 years of age. He didn't like desk jobs, he wanted to fly, and that he did. You know, he got himself back into flying with mine laying. He was very experienced with mine laying, using the Hampden. He was flying the Bristol Blenheim as well, got himself 4 aerial victories, flying with 29 Squadron, who were a fighter squadron at the time, in fact a night fighter at that time, and got himself back into flying in the Baltics on the 22nd of April 1942. He did 3 more sorties in the Manchester as well during the following 3 weeks, and Gibson was literally a great commander here and a pilot for the squadron, but he was highly recognised for his 18 night sorties, with 6 of those were consecutive. The squadron improved and performance was noted by analysts of 5 Bomber Command and to the Air Ministry. That this for me was probably a key factor of Guy Gibson coming here to be chosen for Squadron X, a squadron that was created under secrecy at RAF Scampton, and of course for the Dam Buster raid, which was called 617 with the nickname Dam Busters. The actual raid itself, many people forget, was Operation Chastise, and on the 30th of May 1942, Coningsby's aircraft took part in one of 3 of the 1,000 bomber raids over Cologne, which they were 3 night sorties, one being in the summer, and eventually in the mid-1942 106 Squadron took their last mission at Coningsby before moving to Syrton, while Coningsby eventually was selected to have its runways upgraded, which meant the airfield and operations here closed. But of course, that was the benefit of having Woodhall Spa, is that they could operate, but just from Woodhall Spa, so that was a benefit. But 106 went to Syrton, and due to the delays though, the squadron did move to RAF Metheringham, where they were very acclaimed there in 1943, moving to Metheringham with Zulu November. You can go to the Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre, an excellent place for you to visit, and of course don't forget our very own BBMF here, and East Kirkby's Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, home of some wonderful aircraft, as well as NX611, Just Jane, Avro, Lancaster. Now, the transformation to the new runways meant that flying ceased for nearly a year at Coningsby. It closed on September 1942 and reopened in 1943. But during the time, the buildings were kind of put to use. There was 5 Group G Equipment School. Also, the Bomber Command's Field Cookery School took residence here and made use of the facilities whilst the runways were being constructed. And 106 Squadron didn't make it back here. They eventually, like I said, moved to Wetheringham, and in the spring of 1943, first to use the runways were 1514 beam approach training flight with the Avro Anson and Oxford. The beam approach training helped pilots learn to land in poor visibility, so just like here and at night. Bit like the ILS, sending a beam down the runway, bit similar to the ILS in some ways. They just link the beams to land safely at night or in poor weather. 25th of August 43, Coningsby was back in Bomber Command operations, and the famous 617 Squadron were the first to operate here operationally with Lancaster bombers. 617 flew many raids from Coningsby as well, eventually swapped with 619 in January 44, and RAF Scampton, as we know, always has its connection with 617, but it was in fact, don't know if you know this, but it was in fact Woodhall Spa where they operated from the most of its operations. In fact, Petwood Hotel, which we have the TED party at, was home to many of its officers. 61 Squadron also made Coningsby its home with the Avro Lancaster, and both 61 and 619 Squadron took to the skies in many raids. But sadly, there were losses, many men fell, and they were carrying out raids over Berlin, and of course the disastrous Nuremberg raid. If you don't know that story, maybe something I may need to cover. It was indeed disastrous, and Coningsby also was involved in D-Day operations. In fact, on D-Day, on the night on the 5th, a beautiful moonlight, and I've always said, I've always highlighted, the moon can be your friend and it can also be your enemy. On the night on the 5th into the 6th of June 1944, 18 Lancasters marked with Oscar Foxtrot. That's right, 97 Squadron took off for their mission over Normandy. Now 97 Squadron were amongst the first casualties of D-Day. It was OFZ Zebra Flight Lancaster, flown by Wing Commander Jimmy Carter, DFC. They were in good spirits to fly the mission, as it wasn't too deep into enemy territory. That was the thing. In fact, Carter joked that thank God I'm not in OTU now, he said. But this flight would actually cost him his life, because just as the fighter command were ready to scramble their aircraft, the Germans, Luftwaffe, also had their skillful, very experienced pilots. Some were just fantastic, flying in zero visibility. We're talking about experienced night fighters flying amongst their own flak. Coningsby's 18 Lancasters took off at 0256 local from Coningsby's runway, but waiting across the channel, a German night fighter pilot named Hauptmann Helmut Eberspacher of number 1 SKG-10. Now he was sitting on alert, just like they do here. SKG-10 was a Luftwaffe fast bomber ground attack unit equipped with the FW-190s. They were the G3s and G8s for those interested, and Eberspacher, the holder of the Iron Cross first and second class, had been promoted to Staffelkapitan to lead the 3rd Staffel of the 1st Grouper in May. SKG-10 flew hit and run fighter bomber missions with the FW-190s over southern England by day and by night, and due to the lack of regular night fighters in France, and in view of increasing number of night bombing missions being flown by the Royal Air Force against French targets, from April 1944 the FW-190s of SKG-10 were also employed on the Wilde Sau. That means wild boar. Now this is just something spectacular. There were free-ranging night fighter missions against bombers on brighter moonlit nights. And what was that night on the 6th? Or at least the early hours, it was indeed a bright moonlit night. And it was for this purpose that Eberspacher and some of his pilots were sitting on alert at Evru. It's also important to note that some of these pilots have already experienced B-17s. They've already experienced the likes of the Lancaster, especially during the Augsburg raid. They are very experienced in the 4-motor, as they call them. In fact, a 4-motor aerial victory would score 2. Now, Wilde Sau was something spectacular. I couldn't believe what I was reading. It means wild boar in German, and my goodness, that's something spectacular. It is unbelievable. What they would do, I mean, it's bad enough flying at night. You have to appreciate, from both sides, any pilot that goes up at night in a Spitfire or a 190 or a 109 Hurricane, whichever, is just unbelievable. To even trying to contemplate that is remarkable. Using the moonlight, that's fine, but navigation, trying to find 4-motor, and also I already explained about the Hercules engines on the Handley Page Halifax. Do you remember? Any signs of an engine, that was your target. The Hercules on the exhaust would blow out this massive flame. Now, in the daylight, that wasn't the problem. That was the whole point of Bomber Command. Bombing in the day, you could see the target. It was a lot more accurate. When they switched to night, they didn't realise that the flames would literally be a highlight. Hi, I'm here. So I was reading an excerpt of a Luftwaffe pilot, and they would just literally look for the flames. Same again with the Avro Lancaster. The flames coming off here were easy pickings. They did, however, put some dampeners on there, which you can see on some photos on some Lancasters. Problem, they were a bit draggy. That was the problem. So it was one of those. But the Wilde Sau was something else. By the way, 109 and 190 pilots, they'd actually have yellow and green coloured flares to light up the targets. And it only took one bomber to destroy, to light up the rest of the formation. So remember that. Sometimes having a fellow aircraft in flames would actually light a torch on you. Wilde Sau was something else. Moonlit nights. They'd go up and use the moon to glisten, but it wasn't always enough because it needed light underneath. And what they would do on a cloudy night with the moon, the flak would explode just underneath and it would cause a silhouette of the Lancaster. That was the Wilde Sau, what they would do. So you'd have enemy fighters scouting the area, exposed to their own flak, and some of them did get hit. By the way, they were hit by their own flak. While that exploded, it caused that glow in the clouds. With the moon shining down, you are a silhouette. A nice target, thank you very much. It's almost like having a torch and putting this in front of it. You got the shadow. It was kind of a little bit like that. Maybe it's something, hey, maybe I'll draw it, yeah? I'll draw you Wilde Sau. But that was the Wilde Sau. Night fighters that were going in to their own flak and just like, wow, that mind boggles me. That was, which is amazing. But sadly, things didn't work out too well because Carter and his crew with his 18 Lancasters, they did drop their bombs on the targets and had turned for home. It was looking good, and when they were found by Airbus Barker in his FW-190 shortly after 0500, the bomber crew probably never even seen the 190s. It was pitch black, you got to remember that, and they never knew what hit them. Airbus Barker spotted several Lancasters silhouetted against the moonlit clouds below him, and literally he dived down on Z Zebra and attacked the Lancaster's blind spot from underneath, avoiding engaging the bomber from any angle, out of probably healthy respect for the gunners as well. And at 0504, a transmission from Carter on force radio frequency acknowledging a message from Master Bomber was suddenly just cut short. Cannon shells, machine gun fire, men probably got hurt in that, and the F1W-190 ripped into the underside of the Lancaster, causing immediate catastrophic damage, probably wounding and killing some of the men on board and setting the bomber on fire. Now this bomber on fire lit the other formation. You've got the moon as well. It was an absolute nightmare, and it was almost impossible to imagine the adrenaline on both parts, the terror that would be felt by the bomber crew on receiving end-to-end sustained bursts on cannon fire from a completely unforeseen foe. It's pitch black, they can't even see it. Now we're looking at a different angle. If you are a gunner in a Lancaster, what are you actually looking at? You can't see not a lot. And remember, 200, 250 miles per hour, 300 miles per hour, a 190 traveling at that speed, you're never going to see it. You're never going to see it. Airbus Barker reported no return fire from the Lancaster, and he knew it was fatally damaged, and he immediately attacked a second and then a third, shooting down all three within 3 minutes. With the loss of all on board except one of the gunners. One of the other pilots in his flight, Feldwebel Eisler, he claimed another RAF heavy bomber. They claimed 4 Lancasters in just a few minutes, and it was the first RAF losses of D-Day, and it was sadly of 97 Squadron. I've heard a quote before, which, let me just wipe that. I've heard a quote before from men waiting to scramble. It's hours of boredom, moments of horror. That is a quote from a US Army Air Force airman, and it is pretty accurate, to say the least. If you are being, I mean, you've probably seen movies, you've probably seen, you know, stuff like that, and they're all in day. I mean, imagine at night. It wouldn't, you could not replicate that at night, you know, to get that feel at night. In day it looks horrific. At night you're just getting attacked by something that you can't even see, with also the risk of shooting down your own Lancaster as well. It was very, very scary to even imagine that, but there we go. Different breed. I've always said that, a different breed of men in that era, most definitely. In 1944, another type of aircraft arrived at Coningsby. It was the Mosquitoes, and Mosquito Squadron started to operate at Coningsby, and it is another aircraft that is much loved, very innovative, having its main design made out of wood. Let me just put the rain cover on it. It's the drizzle. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Thanks for tuning in. And it was on the 19th of September 1944, 5 Group Bomber Command were given a mission to use Mosquitoes for a mission over Bremen, and Guy Gibson was chosen to take part in the raid, and he came to Coningsby, but there was some sort of it depends what sources you read. There was some sort of confusion. He came here and didn't use the Mosquito here. He went to Woodhall Spa and used KB 267. Now this particular Mosquito was allocated to 657 Squadron, and the raid, he took off from Woodhall Spa. The raid went ahead, completed, but not very well according to sources, and Gibson's Mosquito was seen heading back over Netherlands, and his aircraft was seen crashing over Steenbergen at around 22:30 after the raid. And Gibson at the time flew 171 operational missions, shot down 4 enemy aircraft during his time as a night fighter with 29 Squadron, and he was just 26 when he died. 97 and 83 Squadrons operated Avro Lincolns from here, along with further Mosquito Squadrons making Coningsby their home. That was in 1946 with 109 Squadron and 139 Squadron. You'll find a lot that it's quite common with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War that 2 squadrons plus the certain flights like B flight and C flight were quite common. 1950 saw the Boeing Washington operate from here with 15 Squadron, who then went on to fly the very first jet aircraft. Boeing Washingtons are the Royal Air Force designation for a B-29. The very first jet aircraft was indeed in 1953, was the English Electric Canberra to operate at Coningsby. Let me just rephrase that in case you caught that wrong. It was Coningsby's first jet aircraft, not the first jet aircraft. It was Coningsby's first jet aircraft, English Electric Canberra. 9, 12, 15 and 249 Squadrons were also operating these through the years, until the 60s, when we saw another beautiful aircraft, the Vulcan B-2. The Vulcan Force saw an influx during that time. There were 9 operational squadrons during the course of the Vulcan Force. 62 to 64, that's all we had, I'm afraid, with the Vulcan here at Coningsby. But the Canberra was carefully soon to be replaced. Just like it replaced the Mosquito, it was time for the Canberra to be carefully replaced. And can I just say, it was going to be probably the most amazing aircraft that was going to replace it. That's right, the TSR-2. Well, that didn't go ahead, so they chose 50 F-111Ks, which were built, or at least 2 of them, until that was cancelled. And it was indeed a very different time, because in 1969 it was indeed the Phantom, the spare engine Phantom, that would replace the Canberra here at Coningsby. Now, the Phantom changed Coningsby's role. It was now a fighter town, because that was the end of Bomber Command, and it was number 6 Squadron who arrived here. Phantoms dedicated here, designated with the FGR2. They operated here out of Coningsby. 228 were chosen to be the OCU. 41 fighter, 29 fighter, 23 fighter and 56. Most of those squadrons went on to replace the English Electric Canberra at Wattisham, because the English Electric Canberra that was carrying out the QRA role was soon to be replaced in the latter part of the 70s, and it was eventually the Phantom that took that role. So Wattisham was a QRA station. In 76 the BBMF arrived, and during that time, just before the arrival of the Tornado, there was also Jaguars and Harriers that were here as well, with 41 Squadron, and it was the Tornado F3 that arrived here in 1984. The very first to operate here, the F3. And then, although number 17 Squadron received the Typhoon in 2003 to become the first ever squadron to receive and operate the Typhoon, it wasn't until the 19th of May 2005 that the squadron officially reformed at Coningsby, and 29 Squadron arrived that year, followed by 3 Fighter and 11, and a few years later 41 Squadron reformed as a test and evaluation squadron. And number 12 finally arrived in 2020. A little bit of history there for you of RAF Coningsby. Right, what's happening here? It's getting a little bit damp here. back in a minute. I'm going to go and have some scram. Oh, it's getting a bit grim, isn't it? Right, let's see. Teddy, you're up for this, mate. Sounds a bit emotional down there, doesn't it? Teddy. Just going to get our squad leader Ted Coningsby on the controls just quickly before we'll finish up. Ted, I don't think this is going to do your fur any good. To move back, Ted, yeah? Is that right? Yeah, okay, mate. Just having a bit of just did a bit of housekeeping here on the channel. Robinson, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Oh, nice one. I recognise that insignia. Nice one. Thank you very much. It was great to meet you on Saturday. Alan Gates, member for Sunday even. Alan Gates, thank you very much for your 23 months membership. I'm getting there. What a wonderful community and great days of planes and bears. This little channel is getting better and bigger. Thank you. Non-league James Boyle, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, a Guards March. And also Gary D, thank you for your 17 months membership. You put good morning air crew. Mark H, member for 18 months as well. Great stuff, Ted and team, keep it up. Richard Joy, wow, 33 months membership. Love how this channel keeps growing. I can hear a Typhoon, but it might be one on... Oi, oi, you're right. Thank you for that. Dave Holloway with 22 months membership, whereas the time gone, 22 months, oh yeah. Joshua Brown with 13 months, good morning all. It was my birthday yesterday. Joshua, happy birthday for yesterday. Steve Evans, congratulations. Check this out, a massive milestone, a high five. Thank you for 36 months of membership, 3 years. Wow, where did time go? Guards March. Iron catching up with it's having an engine test down there. Iron, thanks for your 32 months membership. Let's ride, subscribe, love that. Margot, thank you very much. RAF Coningsby, and here's to all RAF. Thank you, Ted. Nikos and TCS, PTO please. Guards March, thank you very much for your super chat. Sue W with 15 months membership, thank you as well. Paul Mayers, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Karen Howard, member for 2 years. Nice one, thank you very much for your 2 years membership. Silver Trig with 31 months membership as well. Oi oi, shout out and big salute to the Spanner Flight. Sylvia King with 19 months membership. Hi Ted and Nico, best place to be. Righty, thank you very much. With 31 months membership. Big oi oi to Ted's Point Charlie crew. What a community, keep up the good work Nikos and Ted. Oh yeah, Babsar, high five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a membership. Paul Harris with 3 years membership, wow. Paul Harris, thank you so much for 36 months membership. Nice one. Matt Garner with 2 years membership. This is amazing. Thank you so much. All of you who have these milestones. Wow, 2 years has flown. Loved every minute. Janet D with 8 months. Thank you very much. Stephen Billings, Air Godzilla with 2 years, 24 months. Been great with Ted and all. Thank you very much. Steve Billings, high five. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Anonymous with 6 months. Wow. Thank you very much. Anonymous, thank you for the super chat. Let's go. Best stream ever. Alan Q with 28 months. Alan Q Guards March, thanks for the super. Rob Kennard, high five, 4 pump, thanks for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Non-league James Boyle with 15 months membership. We loved every minute of 15 months. Keepy Boy with 10 months membership. Get in 10 months. Rocket Chappie Guards March, thanks for the super. Stuart Skeggs with 22 months. Eeyore 22 months of the greatest military channel. Oh yeah. Paul Norman, well done on your 6 months milestone. Afternoon Nikos, flying friends. Hope everyone is well. Keith Smith, wow, high five, Guards March, 4 pump there and a salute for that amazing super chat with a little fly past there to go with it. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Keith Smith. 16 months membership as well. Thank you, Nikos, TCS, fantastic channel. Thank you very much. Keith Smith gifting 10 Ted Coningsby memberships. High five, poor pump and a salute for gifting 10 Ted Coningsby memberships. Wow. Kool-Aid, Guards March, thank you very much. Been a long time lurker. Really love the history, aircraft technical and airfield history. Thank you very much. Madeline, member for 5 months. Happy to be here. Thank you. And thank you as well. Right, I think we may be departing ourselves. I'll give it another, just a few minutes. Then we're just going to have a cup of tea. Because it's a bit soggy. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Hi, are you alright?
Yeah,
how's it going? Alright?
Fantastic. And
You okay? Good.
Watch you all the time.
Yeah,
Because
really
I
good.
was it come, I
Oh, yeah,
come
you're
from,
alright.
Yeah, I come from Cornwall.
Oh, right, nice.
And watching you on there.
Oh,
so,
lovely.
Yeah. Have you got any of your hats on you?
Not on me, no.
Oh, shit.
Not on me. You can get them online, but these aren't out until December.
Oh,
These
right.
ones. There's
Right.
a few others on sale online.
I would be up here for you. So I can get one of you.
Yeah, we'll have beanie hats as well. There's some new stuff.
Good stuff.
I have no idea. No, grab a tea. Grab a cup of tea and wait. Yeah, sorry, I don't know, I'm afraid. Good fun. It has its challenges like today, but other than that, you've got to learn how to live through the Lancaster here,
Right, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Let me I've left little Sainty out in the rain. Let me put him back in the van. Keep dry, mate. Right, ladies, gents and teddy bears, we are complete. We're going to call it a day. Me and Ted are going to go and keep dry, a little bit on the damp side, and it's been a good day. We've had lots of movement.
And that's us done. We are complete then, Teddy. We're going to try and keep dry. Right, let's do this, Ted. Let's finish up on this fine day. We've had a good day though, haven't we? It's been good. Well, ladies, gents and teddy bears, thank you all so much for tuning in today. Hope we're all good. We're going to try and get in and stay dry as best as we can. First of all, as always, thank you very much, RAF Coningsby. Thank you. And of course, all our members and fans, thank you so much for tuning in today. We're going to go because it's really drizzleable. So, my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live at this very emotional TED HQ. So, for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well before the screen goes. Clean it up, Ted. See ya! Oh, Teddy. Right, let's put that there, mate. Hit the button, Ted, while we can.
Would you happen to know whether you can actually go in and, to Hampden?
Yeah, you can't. No, not in the base. Not Coningsby, no.
Because Lancaster's gone in.
Okay. Oh, right.
Oh yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. and it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Ah, yeah.